Hey everyone, welcome to part 10, the finale of this Crisis Core Reunion Trophy Guide. I'm very excited to finish up this game and get the platinum with you, so let's get right to it.
Dumb apples only grow in Banora.
Why is that?
Something to do with the soil here, apparently.
Genesis always carried a dumb apple with him. I should have realized sooner. It looks so different now. Can I leave Cloud with you?
Yes.
What?
All we have to do from here is just to run forward along the path and go into the Banora outskirts. Now just run forward and Zach will say it doesn't look like we can get back up, but that's okay, we're just going to choose to go down and we'll get a new cutscene.
Was this here before? Where does it lead? Banora White Juice. First prize processed foods. National Agriculture Awards. Oh, wow. The idea for this juice came from a Banora youth named Genesis. Wow. Just wow. Young Genesis's comments. I am very honored. Banora White Juice tastes great, but the fruit itself is tasty too. My dream is for my parents and I to serve the hero Sephiroth our apples one day. Genesis. Is there anything I can do?
Let's start just by heading straight forward and we're going to go into the next section. When you start off from here, let's go forward down the path and then we're going to go to the right side and open up this treasure chest. It contains a special materia called the light materia. Now there are 7 materia in this area that we need to collect from the treasure chest, and I'll show you where they all are. Let's take a moment to stop at the save point right at the bottom of that ramp, and we're going to just save the game and then we'll proceed on from here. So the first thing we want to do is go right next door to where we are, and there's a tombstone. Let's inspect it to see it say Loveless Prologue. That's one of 4 tombstones that we need. Now we're going to proceed on. If you hug the path a little bit better than what I did, you could probably avoid this fight, but luckily the monsters around here go down very easily. So after that fight, we're going to turn and go up this ramp on our left, and at the top is another treasure chest. We're going to open it up for another one of those 7 materia. This is the Heaven materia. Now go back down the ramp and then stick over toward the left side. You'll go through this little cave and there's another treasure chest here. Let's open it up for our 3rd materia, the Ground materia. Now go back out the way we came and we're going to stick over toward the left side. We'll go up the ramp and then we'll keep going over toward the left. If you get into a fight, just take out these enemies really quickly and let's move on. From here, we're going to continue over toward the left-hand side, and then we're going to go into this cave on our right. We're going to go through the doors into the Howling Fang. This is like a prison area. There are treasure chests on the right and left side that you can spin those red wheels to open up, but those don't really matter so much. Instead, go all the way forward, and then against the gate, there's the Loveless Act 2 tombstone. So read that, and then just run back out the way that you came. We don't have to do any of this side stuff. In fact, we're going to be skipping it all. I'll show you a special way to unlock the path toward that behemoth, but we're not going to fight him because it doesn't matter. We do have to unlock the path, however, in order to get a trophy. Well, we're going back out the way that we came through those doors, and now we're going to go through the cave and then over toward the left. We'll just hug this left wall all the way around. Now, when you get halfway through, you're going to see this path down. Ignore that for now, run straight past it, and instead just go and pick up this treasure chest on the other side, and that's going to contain the star materia. Turn right, go through the path, and then over toward the left. You're going to follow this path up, and that will take you into a new section called the Portal of Severance. Once you're here, there's going to be another tombstone right in front of you. Let's inspect it, and that's going to contain the Loveless Act 3 section. Now we're going to go back out into the Depths of Judgment, so we only popped in there for the tombstone, and then we went right back out. Now we're going to go down the path, sticking toward the right side, and we're going to then go into that little cave that we passed by before. So just hug the right side and then go down here, and you're going to see the fourth tombstone down here in the water, and this is going to be the Loveless Act 1 tombstone. Now go through the gate on the right hand side into the Lake of Oblivion. Once you're here, turn toward the right, and there's going to be another treasure chest with materia just by the entrance. It contains the life materia. And now go forward and interact with this kind of pillar of light thing right next to the treasure chest. It contains a monster that we have to defeat. These guys are pretty easy to beat though, so let's go ahead and just take them down using whatever attacks you really want to. I'm just going to do some aerial drain spamming, or maybe hit them with some darkness. Whatever it takes, let's take that guy out. He's one of a few that we need to take down in this area in order to unlock a trophy. So we inspected those 4 different tombstones, and now we have to defeat all the monsters in this area. Let's move on a little bit further away, and we're going to interact with this pillar of light, and it's the same thing, the same kind of monster that we fought before, and we're going to just take him down just the same. So I hit him with 1 darkness and then an aerial drain, and he went down no problem. So that's 2 monsters from those pillars of light that we've defeated so far. So far we've cleared the right side, the middle, and now we're going over toward the left side towards the entrance. And on the way over toward this light crystal, there's going to be another treasure chest that contains the being materia. And we're going to take out this 3rd pillar of light. So we've done kind of 3 in a row toward the entrance side of this area. And we've collected 2 treasure chests so far. So we took out this guy with just 1 darkness, and now we get to move on from here. There's still 1 treasure chest and 2 pillars of light remaining. We'll kind of go along the left side, and that will take us to our 4th pillar of light. So let's go ahead and fight off this monster. We can use the same tactics that we used before, either hit him with some darkness or some aerial drains. Anything will take him out pretty easily.
Conflict resolved.
This place is a little bit confusing visually, so let's turn and orient ourselves towards this big pillar of light in the background. If we run toward the right of that, we'll see a save point, and then beyond that is going to be our final treasure chest with the Sabbath materia. Now keep hugging the left-hand wall as you go around, and that will take you directly toward the last pillar of light that we need to interact with. It's just got 1 more monster that we have to defeat. We can use a darkness attack to take him out pretty quickly, and then we'll get a cutscene right after this. This new walkway will take us to where that behemoth is inside the prison, but we're not going to fight him ever. We just had to do that in order to get this cage opener trophy. So once that's done, I just wanted to show you that we've also collected all 7 of the materia that we needed to actually get to the final boss. It's in your key items. You can just double check to make sure that you have all 7. It would be the Sabbath, Being, Life, Star, Ground, Heaven, and Light materia. If you've got all of those, then you're good to go. Let's run over toward the save point. It's right by that pillar of light and the pathway over there, and we're just going to quickly save the game, because now we're going to complete all the side content that we need to do before fighting the final boss. And the first thing that we want to do is to complete some missions. So we're going to go first into mission 2-2-4, Nibelheim II. I'm not going to talk through most of these missions as we go through this first section. We're really just completing them to get to the harder missions later on. We're going to use the same tactic that we've used for so many missions, and that is just to hit them with darkness or aerial drain. Both of those are very good at eliminating enemies. So look in the description of this video. You'll see all of the missions listed in order. Make sure you tackle those, and then we're going to do specific things with some later on missions. There's some missions that are really good for grinding money, some that are really good for grinding SP, some will give us very powerful equipment, and of course I will be sure to know all those things. So just go through the description or follow along with me as I go through all of these missions in the beginning part of this, and then we're going to shift our focus toward targeting very specific trophies a little bit later on.
Activating combat mode.
Bye now. Later.
Conflict resolved. Activating combat mode.
Ha! Taking you down a peg. Oh
Conflict
yeah.
resolved. Activating combat mode.
Out of the way. Heads up.
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah.
Activating combat mode.
This'll do. Oh
Conflict
yeah.
resolved. Activating combat mode.
Bring it on. How about this? Got him.
Conflict resolved. Activating combat mode.
Out of the way. Yeah. Here we go. Oh
Conflict
yeah.
resolved. Activating combat mode.
Heads up.
Conflict resolved. Activating combat mode.
Taking you down a peg. Oh
Conflict
yeah.
resolved. Activating combat mode.
This'll do.
Conflict resolved. Activating combat mode.
Out of the way. How about this? Oh
Conflict
yeah.
resolved. Activating combat mode.
This'll do. Oh
Conflict
yeah.
resolved. Activating combat mode.
This'll do.
Conflict resolved. Activating combat mode.
Bye now. Taking you down a peg. Take that. Later.
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah.
Activating combat mode.
Bring it on. Here we go. Bye now. This'll do. How about this? Taking you down a peg. Got him.
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah.
Activating combat mode.
Bye now. Oh
Conflict
yeah.
resolved. Activating combat mode.
Out of the way. Ah, this'll do. Oh
Conflict
yeah.
resolved. Activating combat mode.
How about this? Oh
Conflict
yeah.
resolved.
All right, at this point, we've completed 75% of the missions, so we get the trophy called Missions Completed 75%, very aptly named. Now let's dive into the next mission. It's going to be Mission 3-2-6, Foes in the Wasteland.
Activating combat mode.
Taking you down a peg.
Conflict resolved. Activating combat mode.
Bring it on. This'll do. Oh
Conflict
yeah.
resolved. Activating combat mode.
Bye now. Oh
Conflict
yeah.
resolved. Activating combat mode.
This'll do. Bye now. How about this? Heads up. Hi. Taking you down a peg.
Conflict resolved.
Later.
Activating combat mode.
Here we go. Taking you down a peg. This'll do. Take that.
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah.
Activating combat mode.
This'll do.
Conflict resolved. Activating combat mode.
Here we go. Bye now. Heads up. The end.
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah.
Activating combat mode.
This'll do. Oh
Conflict
yeah.
resolved. Activating combat mode.
Bye now. Taking you down a peg. How about this? This'll do. Take that. Got him.
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah.
Activating combat mode.
Heads up. This'll do. The end.
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah.
Activating combat mode.
Heads up. Here we go. Heads up. This'll do.
We can't have them calling for backup. I'll draw their attention. Make sure you take them out.
Yeah, you got it.
Turks? Get them!
What?
It's Soldier! Everyone, get out here! What are you doing? They called for backup.
Sorry, jumped too far.
Better run for it!
Is this the end?
Taking you down a peg. Here we go. How about this? This'll do. Bye now. This'll do. Heads up. This'll do.
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah.
Activating combat mode.
Taking you down a peg. Here we go. Got him.
Conflict resolved. Activating combat mode.
Taking you down a peg. This'll do. Heads up. This'll do. Bye now.
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah.
Activating combat mode.
Here we go. Ha!
Conflict resolved.
The end. Oh yeah.
Activating combat mode.
How about this? This'll do. Bye now. This'll do.
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah.
Activating combat mode.
Here we go. How about this? This'll do. Take that. Heads up. How about this? Heads up. Here we go. This'll do. Heads up.
Conflict resolved.
Got him.
Activating combat mode.
Taking you down a peg. Here we go. How about this? Bye now. Heads up. Take that. Bye now.
Conflict resolved. Activating combat mode.
Heads up. Here we go. Bye now. Taking you down a peg. How about this? Take that.
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah.
Activating combat mode.
Bye now. Heads up. How about this? This'll do. Ha! Taking you down a peg. Hi! How about this?
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah!
Activating combat mode. Activating combat mode.
Bring it on! Here we go! Heads up! Bye now! Take that! How about this? Taking you down a peg! Hi! Hi! Heads up! The end! This'll do! Taking you down a peg!
Conflict resolved.
Later! Oh yeah!
Once you complete about 80% of the missions, we're going to switch our focus toward maxing out all of the DMW images. So you can see right now I've collected them all. We did that back in Chapter 8. But now what we want to do is to actually get all of the progress up to 100%, which means if we start on the right hand side, we need to get Chocobo and Moogle for the summons, and then we need to make progress with Sephiroth, Sung, Cloud, Aerith, Cisne, and Genesis. Well, there is a way that we can make it more likely that we'll get them to show up in the DMW and get the memories for them. So what you want to do is to go into your shop and you want to go to Research Department QMC Plus and start buying some Lucky Stars materia. The more you have, the better. And then you can also look inside Junon Souvenirs to grab something like Moogle Power. This is a very important materia, so you'll want to do that one as well. But all of the different summons and characters and limit breaks are found in the shops here. So if you want to make it more likely that you'll get them, then you can equip them. Well, make sure that you have these materia equipped starting off. We have Lucky Stars, and then Gill Toss, Octaslash, and then I have actually 2 Moogle Powers because we want that more likely to show up, and then an Airstrike. So then we're going to go into our missions, and we just have to go into Mission 1-1-1, Shinra's Basic Training. And what we want to do is just kind of let the game play itself for a little while and just let those DMW images pop up. If you want to, you can start taking out the different enemies. So what I would recommend is you could take out 6 enemies. You can do 3 right away, and then there's going to be another 3 that you can take out shortly thereafter. And then you want the last 1 or 2 enemies just to be remaining from here. So as we go on, we'll start to get our materia to level up. So Lucky Star is already leveled up for me. And then I just kind of want to let it play out and see what kind of memories I can get along the way too. Remember, this is all about just getting those memories to pop up throughout the battle, so you do have to wait a little while. There are some guides that say you just want to let this play overnight. That is absolutely the wrong thing to do, because we can get it done a lot faster than just letting it play out and running up your energy bill all night. So we're just kind of letting this go for just a moment, and then what we're going to do is hopefully get one of those lucky stars to pop up, because that's going to fuel our success going forward. If you look right under the DMW, you'll see Sephiroth, Sung, Cissnei, and the Moogle all showing up as characters there, and one of them will light up if you're going to get a special result. So that materia activated, and now I do get Cissnei for a lucky star. So let's go ahead and use that. We don't have to watch the whole scene, we can just skip that. But then what happens is it's going to raise our emotional state, so I've gone from normal to high. Ideally, we'd want that to go up to the heavenly state, because that makes it very likely that we'll get memories. But I did get Chocobo mode to activate, and I did get pretty lucky and got Chocobo, one of the things that I needed as a summon, so let's go ahead and use that. Alright, those enemies have been eliminated. There's just a couple left over, so I'm just going to let it play out a little bit while longer. I'm going to get Cissnei again. You can see that her materia did activate under the DMW, so I do get her as a new result, and then that's going to allow me to use Lucky Stars again. This time I get the level 3 version of it, and that's going to up my emotional state even more, so now I'm heavenly. As soon as you get that, let's finish off the enemies, and then we're going to go outside of this mission, and that's exactly what we want to do, because now we can start off the next mission still in that heavenly state, and we get to manipulate things a little bit to make it more likely that we're going to focus on a specific character. So now what we're going to do is to change our accessories a little bit. If you look and find the fairy ring, that will give you a permanent regen, and you'll be constantly getting more health than what the enemies are doing to you. It's not that big of a deal, because these enemies do very little damage to us anyway, but that just guarantees that we can stay alive forever. And now you can see that because we summoned Chocobo, he is now at 100%, as well as all of the other summons, and we're also in that heavenly state still. So we're going to dive right back into mission 1-1-1, and we're going to see if we can get another one of those memories to pop up, just from being in that heavenly emotional state. So we can take out the enemies or just let them fire at you, it doesn't really matter. You can slowly build up your Buster Sword proficiency as well by guarding or other things like that. But I did get lucky and got the Moogle to pop up right away at the beginning of this fight, and that's very good. When you use Moogle, then he's going to actually increase the levels of your materia, which is very good. It makes it even more likely that we're going to get good results from the materia that we have. So we definitely want to keep upgrading things like our Gill Toss and the other materia that we have, like the Lucky Stars particularly, or the other ones like Octaslash or Airstrike. And now we do have the high emotional state. That's not the best, so we're going to wait around a little bit and try to get back toward that heavenly emotional state. So I did get Cissnei a few moments later, and then that's going to bump us back up into that heavenly emotional state. It took me a very long time to actually get Cissnei's memories to pop up, even though I'm going to be getting her a lot throughout the course of this 100%ing the DMW. It's just funny that she was one of the longest holdouts to actually give me the memories that I need. Well, I didn't get the results that I wanted to, and the longer the battle goes on, the less likely it is that you're really going to be getting the results that you want. So it's better just to do shorter missions, and if it doesn't work out, then you can just restart them and then try to get a better response. So now what we're going to do is to go into the shop, and we're going to really start targeting the difference between working on getting Cissnei's Lucky Stars and getting another character. So I am going to buy a few more more of these lucky stars so that I will have 6 in total. And then what I can do is go into my equipment, and we do have different equipment setup slots. So set 1 here, I can have really whatever I want to. I did master guild toss, so what I'm going to do is to take that off and then put on the lucky star set. So now I've got lucky stars all the way down the board there, and that makes it very likely that I'm going to get a good result with Cissnei. So let's dive right back into mission 1-1-1, and you'll see that it doesn't take me very long in order to get Cissnei's lucky stars to pop up, and that will bump us back into that heavenly state. So we're going to start just by taking out this first group of enemies. 3 more is going to spawn behind me, so I can take them out quickly, and then 2 more will spawn. So there are a total of 8 Shinra troopers in this fight. So I'm just going to keep this 1 left and then just wait around for a moment for Cissnei's lucky stars to pop up in the DMW. It does not take very long at all for that to happen. So let's go ahead and hit this level 4 lucky stars to bump us up to that heavenly state. Okay, once that's over, let's take out this guard, and then we're going to go back into our inventory, and we're going to change our equipment so that we can focus on getting a new character that we want to try to max out their image in the DMW. So it can be really any character that you want to. You can find all of the materia inside the store, like I said before. So let's go ahead, and I know that I need Sephiroth, so if I go to the shop, I can head down and find his Octaslash. I've already got 1 of these in my possession, so I'm going to buy 5 more of them, so I've got 6. And now what I can do is to equip all of them onto my materia slots, and then I will have 6 different Octaslashes to match my 6 lucky stars. I kind of made a mistake here and put them all on set 1. I should have just created set 2, and that way I could toggle it back and forth. But either way, it's totally fine. We're just going to dive back into mission 1-1-1. Now, being in the heavenly state, it makes it very likely that we're going to get either a summon or a memory from one of the characters that we have. And you can see that it looks like Cissnei is popping up at the beginning, but it actually switches over toward Magic Pot. Now, this was not the best thing for me. I didn't really want that. It brought me from Heavenly down to Sky High. So I'm just going to use this, and then I'm going to not cancel this mission just yet. I'm going to see what else can come out of it. So either Heavenly or Sky High is what you want. If it gets lower than that, then you should probably just restart the mission. When you do restart the mission, you'll go back to the Heavenly state as long as you just forfeit the battle and begin again. Now, I got pretty lucky here. Despite not having any supporting materia, I did get one of the Genesis memories. There's only 2 of them that you need to get, and I happen to get 1 of them at this point. Unlike a lot of the other characters' materia, we do not have access to Genesis's Apocalypse materia. That is actually locked behind a mission that we're going to complete later on. Lucky for us, though, we can still artificially manipulate the random number generator to be more likely to get those sorts of memories just by being in that heavenly or sky high state, and you'll be in there for the majority of the time that you're going through this grind to get all the characters up to 100% in the DMW. I also did get this memory from Aerith to pop up right after that. I think I already have this one though, so it doesn't matter so much, but you can always confirm that by checking out the DMW menu when you get outside of battle. Well, conveniently for me, I'm back in that heavenly state, but I really don't think it's wise to let the battle drag on for much longer. So instead, I'm going to just end the fight and then reload it and see what new memories I can get at the beginning of combat. Remember, if you don't get what you want early on, just reset it, and then we're going to have another chance at getting that memory to pop up. So we're just going to look in the DMW real quick, and Genesis went from 10% to 55%, which means I gained 45%, and then 45% more will get me at 100. That's how I know that I've only got 1 more remaining. So let's go back into mission 1-1-1 and see what kind of memory I can dig up this time.
Activating combat mode.
Starting off, we're just going to take out the first 3 enemies, and then we're going to take out the next 3 enemies.
That's enough!
And with the last two, I can either let them live or try to take out one of them. You just don't want to kill both of them at the same time. But I did get what I wanted to. I've been trying to get Sephiroth's memories to show up with the Octaslash Materia.
Long ago, catastrophe struck this planet. Your ancestors survived somehow by scurrying and hiding in fear. The planet was saved through the sacrifice of the Cetra, after which your kind would multiply as if nothing happened. Meanwhile, the Cetra now only exist within the pages of reports like these.
So what exactly does that have to do with you?
Don't you see? We have the ancient called Genova, unearthed from a 2,000-year-old stratum. And we have the Genova Project. The goal of the Genova Project was, in essence, to create a human being possessing the great powers of a Cetra. Thus, they created me.
Okay, well, let's finish off at least one of these enemies with Octaslash, and then because we are still in that heavenly state, I thought, you know, I'll just let this one play out a little bit longer, see what else we can get. But I think that this really verifies my theory that the longer you let the fight go on, the worse it gets, because I ended up just getting Angeal after this, and that's one that I didn't need because he's already at 100%. So I should have ended the fight and just gone back in with a different materia setup or something that would help me out get something that I actually needed. As you can see, I've lost the heavenly emotional state, and it's gone back down to sky high, which definitely isn't as good for me. I'll have to go into the next battle set up with the Lucky Stars materia, so that I can get Cysnate easier and then go back to that heavenly state. I didn't want to reset this fight though because I did get the Sephiroth DMW image, so let's have a quick look at that and see what his progress is. He's at 75%, so one more Sephiroth and that's all it's going to take to max him out. So like I said, we'll go into our equipment setup and we're going to switch it all to Lucky Stars and a Moogle Power. Just in case I get that one, I can level up all the Lucky Stars and make it more beneficial for me in the future. So let's go back into Mission 1-1-1 and we're going to get Cysnate's Lucky Stars again, so we'll be back in that heavenly state.
Activating combat mode.
Brace yourself!
You can do it, Zach.
Yeah, that only took about a minute in order for me to get her to show back up. So having all of those Lucky Stars materia, especially as they get stronger and level up over time, you'll be getting that no problem. And that's going to really drive our success and the speed of this method of getting everyone up to 100%. So now that that's good, we're going to switch our materia back over to a bunch of Octaslashes and a Moogle Power. And I did get smart and set them all on set 2 now, and the only accessory that I have is the Fairy Ring because I don't need anything else for set 2. We'll go back to 1-1-1 and finish up by getting our final Sephiroth.
Activating combat mode.
This one was very quick. It only took about a minute or so for me to hit Sephiroth on the DMW and get that last memory to pop up.
What's this?
A Mako spring. Truly a marvel of nature.
It's so beautiful, but if we continue to take Mako from the ground, it'll dry up and vanish, right?
When Mako energy is condensed, it becomes materia. Naturally formed materia are a rare sight indeed.
By the way, how is it that these materia allow us to use magic?
You don't know, and you call yourself soldier? Within each materia, there lies knowledge once possessed by the ancients. Knowledge to control the power of this planet at will. It is this knowledge that binds us to the planet and calls forth magic, so they say.
Magic. Such a mystery.
Alright, there we go. That was the last memory that we needed from Sephiroth. Let's finish off this fight and then get out of here.
Concentrate.
I'm feeling... Oh
Conflict
yeah!
resolved.
Okay, so let's take a quick look at the DMW, and we'll see that Sephiroth is at 100%, as is Angeal. So Sung is going to be the next one in order that we're going to go after. We'll switch up our equipment a little bit, going over towards set 1 will give us all of our lucky stars and our Moogle power. We're ready to go and boost our Sky High limit emotional state over toward Heavenly again. So of course, back to 1-1-1 to farm Cisne, and again, it usually only takes about a minute. If you don't get the one that you want, then I would suggest resetting it, and then you'll get what you want very soon. I did get back up to the Sky High limit emotional state, so I'll just end that fight, go back out into the main world area, and then we're going to switch up our equipment to make sure that Sung is a very likely result for that DMW. You can jump over to the shop and purchase some more of his airstrike materia. You just have to head down to the research department QMC plus, and you'll find it down there for 10,000 gil each. Now those are pretty expensive, so I would recommend selling some stuff if you're getting low on money. You probably have a whole lot of things that you aren't using, a lot of equipment and things that you just don't need anymore. So go through, sell off all that stuff. We're not going to really need it ever. Just make sure that you do purchase the different materia that you need. So I'm going to get up to 5 airstrikes total, and then I will have room for one of the Moogle materias as well. And then I'm just going to purchase the other ones that I need. So like meteor shots and all that good stuff. We're just going to purchase all the materia ahead of time, and we'll be good to go. So then we're going to go into our equipment and change set 2. We don't need Octaslashes anymore. Instead, we're going to switch it over toward the airstrike, and then we're going to be good to go. So I'm just going to skip ahead to the end of all of this, and then we're going to be all set to go back into mission 1-1-1, and we're going to farm these Sung memories to get him up to 100%. Now watch how crazy fast this goes. Within the first about 5 seconds of battle, the airstrike materia activates, and I start to get Sung showing up, and because I'm in the heavenly state, it automatically forces a memory out. Unfortunately, this is a memory that I've already seen, so I don't want that. I'm going to choose to forfeit the battle, and then I will choose to retry from starting point of battle. And I'm going to be back right into that heavenly state, right? Just like nothing ever happened here. And of course, within the first few seconds, I'm going to start to get another result showing up. So this is how you farm it. You just see the first memory that pops up. If you need it, keep it, finish the battle. If you don't need that one, then restart it, and then keep going until you get all of your memories that you need.
Sorry, ran late. Let's go.
Now, even though I'm still in the heavenly state, I want to end this fight as quickly as possible so that I can begin the next mission again and get something to pop up really quickly. I don't want to drag the fights out and potentially get something I don't want, because then I'm going to have to refarm to get back into the heavenly state. So now that we're back outside, we're going to quick look at the DMW, and we will see that, yes, Sung is now at 100%, and Cloud is next. I only need one more for him because he's at 90%. So we're going to go into our equipment setup. I'm going to take off all the airstrikes and put meteor shots on instead. We're still in that heavenly state, so let's dive right back into the mission and then farm our last Cloud memory. So something a little unexpected happened here. We do start the fight off as normal, trying to kill off these first 3 guards, and of course within a couple seconds we do get Cloud to start popping up because his meteor shots materia activated. So he shows up and I do get a memory, but I've seen it before already. So I don't need that. I'm going to forfeit the battle and then retry it from the beginning of the fight. And then what happens is something a little bit unique, because I didn't actually get Cloud to show up. This time I got Genesis to pop up. I don't even know how I got this lucky doing it, but sure enough, I do get Genesis to pop up for the last memory. Definitely one of the harder ones, because you can only get his memories to show up while in Genesis mode, which doesn't happen very frequently. But there you go, being in the heavenly state definitely does help, so staying in that is going to make it more likely that you will get Genesis, apparently even if you have other characters' materia equipped as well. Okay, I think that you get the gist of what we're going for here of how to farm this. You get yourself into that heavenly emotional state using Siste's Lucky Stars, and then you finish that mission and then dive back in and just choose another character, either in this case Cloud, Aerith, or Sisne, to try to get their DMW image up to 100%, and you use the corresponding materia to get you there. So I'm now going to skip ahead into the point where I get all of them. Sisne was ironically the last one that I got, even though I was using her materia the most and got really all of them up to 5 stars. So I'm just going to skip ahead now to Sisne's final memory.
Wait, Sisne. Does Song wear that suit everywhere he goes?
Were you hoping to see him in swimming trunks?
No, just wondering if he gets hot.
What's the holdup? Let's go.
Aren't you hot?
You're in for it now!
You can do it, Zack.
Okay, let's finish off this battle, and then we're going to get our trophy.
Enough!
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah!
To get the trophy to pop, go into the DMW menu, and as soon as you do that, you will get the DMW Master Trophy as well as the Genji armor. Now at this point, I'm at just before 19 and a half hours of playtime, and when I started this, I was at just before 17 hours, so it's taken me almost exactly 2.5 hours from start to finish to complete this. So let's go ahead and make a save now that we've completed all of that and gotten our Genji armor, and now we're going to get another piece of Genji equipment. To do that, let's go into our equipment, and we're going to change some things up a bit because we need some pretty specific skills and materia and equipment. So we've got Costly Punch, Mug, Aerial Drain, Octaslash, Giltoss, and Drain Guff for that extra 500% HP. We also have the Brigand's Glove, Genji Armor, Mog's Amulet, and Wizard Bracelet. Once we've got all of those equipped, we're going to go into the mission menu, and we're going to go down to mission 7-6-6. And we've already completed this one before, but we need to get a magic pot that's hiding out in here, because if we can get the magic pot defeated using 4 specific skills, then we will be able to get a new piece of Genji equipment. So as we run through this area, you will encounter these lesser worms. These guys are really good at giving us something that we'll need to be farming later on, so just keep that in mind. But for now, we're just going to try to get rid of these guys as quickly as possible, and then move on to try to find our magic pot.
Taking you down a peg! Later!
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah!
Those guys are gone. We did get a lot of dark matters from them, and that's what we'll be farming a little bit later on. But as we run through a little bit, we will eventually get into a fight with the magic pot, and that's exactly what we want. So the first thing that he's going to say is use Giltoss, so let's go ahead and use that. Next, he wants us to use Costly Punch, so we're going to use that on him too. Third, we have to do max damage, so to do that, we're going to go into Buster Sword stance and then Costly Punch him, and finally Octaslash, and this is why we have the Octaslash materia on, and we're in the heavenly state, so that we will be able to get that more easily. So here we go, Octaslash pops up, and then we're going to use it on him, and that will complete what we need to do in order for him to be defeated, and we're going to get our Genji shield as a reward.
Concentrate.
I'm feeling it!
Alright, the magic pot's happy, he's going to take off, and we get our reward, the Genji shield. Now, this is an incredible piece of equipment that you'll definitely want to put on. So let's waste no time and do that. We'll go into our equipment and then we'll go down to Wizard Bracelet. We'll take that off because our next piece of equipment is so much better. We'll go all the way down to the bottom of the list and we're going to find the Genji shield that keeps a barrier and M barrier active at all times. It absorbs all elements and nullifies all ailments, which is great for us. We can also take off Octaslash at this time. We don't really need it. Instead, I'm going to put on the Master Darkness material that we have. And Guild Toss isn't necessary now. We'll definitely use it later on. Just make sure that it's mastered. And then what we're going to do instead is we're going to put on this full cure that we have that gives us 200% more HP. So our HP is now pretty high. It's over 46,000 at this point, and that's pretty good for us. So once that's all done, let's go on out of here. We just have to finish off this mission. We've done it before though, so it's pretty easy. We'll just skip to the end of it, take out these guys with some darkness or aerial drains, whatever you gotta do. Our new Genji shield is awesome at limiting how much damage they're going to do to us because we always have barrier activated, so it's like we're just taking so much less damage than what we were before. We can costly punch these guys out and then heal up with our aerial drain, and in just a moment they're all going to be defeated and we'll move on to our next task. Alright, this is the part where we're going to start maxing out our stats, and to do that we've got to do a few things. We have to acquire a lot of things called Dark Matters, and then we have to get a lot of SP as well, and we're probably going to need some money along the way too. So starting off, I'm going to show you how to collect the Dark Matters. You want to head over to mission 6-6-3 called Secret in the Caverns. And then as you run through this area, you're going to find a lot of enemies called lesser worms. These guys are very easy to defeat. You should be able to kill them with just one of your darknesses. Unfortunately, they like to do something called absolute stop, which will stop you dead in your tracks. It's not going to kill you or anything. It's just going to make sure that you can't do anything, and then a few seconds later it wears off, and then you'll kill them with darkness. So it's just kind of an inconvenience. They should not really be able to do a whole lot to you in this area because of your new Genji equipment that you've got equipped. So anyway, I'm going to skip ahead after this fight toward the end of this when I get a whole bunch of Dark Matters, and then we're going to take out the boss, who's just really right around the corner here. It's just a bunch more of these lesser worms that will still go down in one attack. So I'm going to skip over that after I've gotten a lot of Dark Matters, and we'll be moving on.
How about this?
Conflict resolved.
So for the next section here, we're just going to be going through a lot of the missions. We have to go through all of these level 9 missions here, 9-2-2, through basically all the rest of them up until about the end. So I'm just going to list them off in the description with the different timestamps. There are a couple later on toward the end, like in the 9-5 section or the 9-6 that we'll need to look at. So I will be noting those and we'll be talking about those when we get there. But for right now, basically all the 9-2s through the 9-4s are going to be fair game, and they'll be all listed in the description without much to do from us. So go through there, take everything out with your darkness and your other abilities, costly punch the things that have a lot of health, or use aerial drain as necessary. So again, look at the description to go through all these missions, and then we'll pick up as we get the next important item.
Activating combat mode.
This'll do. Heads up.
Activating combat mode.
This'll do. Bye now. The end.
Conflict
Oh
resolved.
yeah.
Activating combat mode.
This'll do. Bye now. Heads up. This'll do. Bye now. Taking you down a peg. Here we go. How about this? Here we go.
Conflict
Oh, yeah.
resolved. Activating combat mode.
Bring it on. Taking you down a peg. Oh
Conflict
yeah.
resolved. Activating combat mode.
This'll do. How about this?
Conflict resolved. Activating combat mode.
Heads up.
Conflict resolved. Activating combat mode.
Here we go. This'll do. Taking you down a peg.
Conflict
Oh, yeah.
resolved. Activating combat mode.
How about this? This'll do. Bye now. Heads up. How about this? Here we go. Heads up. This'll do. Heads up. Here we go. How about this? Here we go. Taking you down a peg. Oh
Activating combat mode.
Here we go. Oh
Conflict
yeah.
resolved. Activating combat mode.
Taking you down a peg. Oh
Conflict
yeah.
resolved. Activating combat mode.
This'll do. Oh
Conflict
yeah.
resolved. Activating combat mode.
Bye now. This'll do. Oh
Conflict
yeah.
resolved. Activating combat mode.
How about this? Oh
Conflict
yeah.
resolved. Activating combat mode.
Here we go. Heads up. Ha! Bye now. How about this? Bye now. How about this? Here we go. Take that. Heads up. Bye now. Heads up. Bye now. This'll do. Here we go. Hi. Bye now. Hi. This'll do. Hi. Here we go. Better run for it!
Good luck.
Thanks. How about this? Taking you down a peg. Bye now. Here we go. How about this? Take that! Heads up! Here we go. Bye now.
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah!
Activating combat mode.
This'll do.
Conflict resolved. Activating combat mode.
Here we go. Oh
Conflict
yeah.
resolved. Activating combat mode.
How about this? Here we go.
Conflict
yeah.
resolved. Activating combat mode.
Bye now. This'll do. Here we go. Taking you down a peg. How about this? Here we go. Bye now. Taking you down a peg. Heads up. Bye now. How about this? This'll do. Taking you down a peg. Bye now. Heads up. Taking you down a peg. How about this? This'll do. How about this? Bye now. Here we go.
Conflict resolved.
Later.
Activating combat mode.
How about this? Bye now. This'll do. Here we go.
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah.
Activating combat mode.
Bye now. Oh
Conflict
yeah.
resolved. Activating combat mode.
This'll do. How about this?
Conflict resolved. Activating combat mode.
Heads up! Ha! Taking you down a peg. Bye now. The end.
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah.
Activating combat mode.
How about this? Here we go. Heads up. Bye now. Ha! How about this? Bye now.
Conflict
Oh
resolved.
yeah.
Activating combat mode.
Taking you down a peg. How about this? Ha! Bye now. Heads up. Here we go. Taking you down a peg. Heads up. Take that. Taking you down a peg. Ha!
Conflict resolved.
Later. Oh yeah.
Activating combat mode.
Here we go. Oh
Conflict
yeah.
resolved. Activating combat mode. Activating combat mode.
Bye now. Oh
Conflict
yeah.
resolved. Activating combat mode. 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 Activating combat mode.
Here we go. Hi. How about this? Take that! Here we go. Bye now. Taking you down a peg. Hi. Heads up. Got him. Take that. Beat it. How about this? Later. Oh
Conflict
yeah.
resolved. Activating combat mode.
Here we go. This'll do. How about this? Hi.
Conflict
Oh
resolved.
yeah.
Activating combat mode.
This'll do. Taking you down a peg. Bye now. Here we go. Bye now. Taking you down a peg. This'll do. Heads up. Here we go. Bye now. Take that. Here we go. Taking you down a peg. How about this? Heads up. This'll do. Taking you down a peg. Bye now. Here we go. How about this? Taking you down a peg. Heads up. Gonna love this. How about this? Here we go. Bye now. Taking you down a peg.
Conflict resolved.
The end.
Activating combat mode. Activating combat mode. combat mode. Activating combat mode. Activating combat mode. Activating combat mode. Activating combat mode.
How about this? This'll do. Heads up! How about this? Here we go. Taking you down a peg. Bye now. Here we go. How about this? Bye now. This'll do. Bye now. Taking you down a peg. Heads up. Here we go. This'll do. Bye now. Here we go. Take that. Bye now. How about this? Taking you down a peg. Heads up. This'll do. Here we go. Heads up. Bye now. How about this? Taking you down a peg. Bye now.
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah.
Activating combat mode.
Taking you down a peg. Bye now.
Conflict
Oh, yeah.
resolved. Activating combat mode.
Taking you down a peg. Here we go. Bye now. How about this? Here we go. Take that. Bye now. How about this? Taking you down a peg. This'll do. Here we go. Heads up. Take that! This'll do. Heads up! Taking you down a peg. This'll do. How about this? Hi! Here we go. Bye now. Take that! How about this?
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah!
Activating combat mode.
Bye now. This'll do. How about this? Got him. Heads up. Hi. Taking you down a peg. Bye now. Heads up! This'll do. Taking you down a peg. This'll do. How about this? Taking you down a peg. Bye now. This'll do. Bye now. This'll do. Bye now. This'll do. How about this? Here we go. Heads up. This'll do. Here we go. Take that! Taking you down a peg. Bye now. That's enough. Guns. The power of soul. Take that! Heads up! Here we go. How about this? Bye now. Heads up! Here we go. This'll do. Bye now. Heads up. Here we go.
Conflict resolved. Activating combat mode.
Bye now. How about this? This'll do. Heads up. Bye now. Here we go. Taking you down a peg. Heads up. Oh,
Conflict
yeah.
resolved.
We've made it to mission 9-5-3, and this is by far the best way to farm SP, and we're going to need a lot of it in order to max out our stats, so we're going to spend a good amount of time here. What we're going to do is just to run along the path. There's going to be some treasure chests along the way, so go ahead and pick that up, and then what we want to do is to get into some fights with the normal enemies around here. There are a few things in particular that we really want to fight, so let's go ahead and move forward and get into a fight. The Scissor Devils, they are good at giving us a lot of experience for leveling up. They are also kind of deadly because they can use Ultima, but you can actually dodge Ultima by using Aerial Drain to jump over it to right about the time that they lift their little claws into the air. That's about the time that you want to jump up, and you should be able to dodge all of that. And then there are some other enemies around here as well. There's going to be the little movers. Those are the guys that are kind of orange and jump up and down. They're going to give us a ton of SP, so this area is very good for getting yourself some experience in order to level up, as well as being able to get a lot of SP and get some things that will give you some good money as well. So this place is just really good overall, and we're going to spend some time here just farming in this area. So as we're running through here, here's some more of those Scissor Devils. We can take them out using a little bit of darkness or using Aerial Drain, and they shouldn't take too long to take down.
Conflict resolved.
Okay, I'm going to skip ahead just a few minutes and get into one more fight, and then I'll show you where my SP is at. So at this point, I can take out these 3 stars with just one of my darknesses, and then the Scissor Devil is easy to take out with a follow-up Aerial Drain. So if I look at my menu now, I'm at over 1.6 million SP. I need about 1 million for every stat that I want to max. I'm going to go to Materia Fusion, and I'm going to select Aerial Drain. I do have a mastered one, so I'm going to use that one as my base materia. And then what I need to do is to use another materia that will keep it as Aerial Drain. So I've got an Aerial Drain here. I'll just put those together, and then I want to go over toward the fusion items, and I'm going to scroll down, and we've got a whole bunch of them down at the bottom that will raise our stats a little bit. But what I'm focused on is using these dark matters, and I want to raise it up so I get a bonus value that will bring it up to plus 99. You don't want to go all the way to 100. So I'm just going to use enough to get me to magic plus 99, and I'm going to go ahead and lock that one in. You'll see that it takes 780,000 SP, to get it to that level. So you definitely need a lot of SP to do this. So let's go ahead and create that one for an aerial drain with magic plus 99. Now what I'm going to do is use that same aerial drain as the base materia, and then I'm going to use the second materia as this Libra. You can buy Libras for only 1,000 gold in the shop, so they're a great materia to use as a secondary one. And then I'm going to scroll down and use one hero drink to switch the stat from magic plus 99 to attack plus 100. And then let's go ahead and lock that one in. It's going to cost about 34,000 SP just to bring it to this last level. But now I've got aerial drain with attack plus 100. And you can see that I've got that equipped. And now my attack stat is all the way up to 178. So I'm significantly more powerful than what I was before. So if you want to, you can now stay here and do a little bit more farming, or we can just close out this mission and move on. I'm ready to be done with this mission and try out our new attack stat, so let's go ahead and hit these monsters here. We can definitely do max damage with every darkness that we use, and we can also use aerial drain for a whole lot more damage and subsequently healing whenever we use it. So that's going to close that one out. We're moving into a section where we get some really good rewards by completing missions and also getting certain treasure chests within those missions, and we'll get some very, very good things along the way. So let's go into our next mission. It's going to be mission 9-5-4 called Abnormal Power, and we get a new shop as a result for completing this mission. So this one's pretty straightforward. There's going to be a treasure chest over on the left-hand side. Let's go ahead and get that one. Now we're just going to run forward, hug the walls to try to avoid as many of the fights as possible. We really don't need to fight any more than what we absolutely have to get through here, so that if we want to, you can just go ahead and escape. We don't need to fight for experience or anything like that. That all comes very naturally to us. Now we're just going to run over here, grab this treasure chest. It contains a dark matter, so that's one less that we have to farm later on. And then we're going to run over and take down this boss. So we can just use our darkness or something to try to do as much damage as possible to them. This King Sahagin is pretty strong, as well as the other things, but we're doing max damage every time we use a darkness, and we can always just heal up really easily whenever we want to with aerial drain. So just a couple of those darknesses at max power, and they're all going to be dead, and we get our new shop. Okay, now before we go into our next mission, we want to check out that shop that we just got, and it's going to be way at the bottom. It's called the Online Shop Shade. So let's scroll down there, and you'll see that it has some really good stuff. It's got the Genji helm for 1 million gil. Now, you should be able to acquire that much. You've probably got some gold rolling pins that we've collected along the way. They sell for 50,000 each, so let's go ahead and sell those, as well as a whole lot of stuff that we don't need. Again, get rid of all of that old equipment. We're not going to be using much of it anymore. There's a bunch of stuff that's actually useful, but it sells for 0 gil, so don't sell that kind of stuff. But most of the things that you can get rid of. Just don't get rid of the ones that look like an accessory, like the rings, the same thing that the moon bracer and stuff has. But anything else that has more of that shield look, you can probably get rid of that, no problem. So once we've acquired a lot of gil, I've got over 1 million now, I can go ahead and buy that Genji helm. And I also want to buy the jeweled ring. If you haven't gotten Genesis to pop up in the DMW all the way, you can also buy his Apocalypse materia here as well. Dual cast is okay, especially if you use a lot of magic, but I don't use magic, so it's not really necessary for me to buy that one. But it would allow you to cast magic twice in a row. I'm just not going to bother with it though. Okay, so let's go into our inventory now, into our equipment section, and we're going to look at what we have. I'm going to take off the precious watch and instead put on the jeweled ring, because that doubles the number of items that drop, and along with the Mog's amulet, which ensures that everything that drops is going to be rare. It means that we're going to get double rare items from everything that we defeat, which is really, really awesome. So let's dive back into the missions now. We're going to go down toward mission 9-5-5 called A Lonely Journey. There's nothing particularly noteworthy about this mission. We just have to complete it to move on to the next one, where we're going to get an incredibly powerful piece of equipment. So just go through here, take out the enemies if they pop up. They should go down with just a few of our max level darknesses. It's interesting how strong these little monsters have become, where they're taking max damage multiple times. You really wouldn't expect this from weaker enemies that aren't boss related, but that's where we are in these later missions. Let's keep going all the way to the end. I'm not going to talk through this whole mission. We're just going to complete this one and then move on to the next mission. So enjoy it as it plays out, and I'll see you in a moment.
Activating combat mode.
Out of the way. This'll do. Hi. How about this? This'll do. Oh,
Conflict
yeah.
resolved. Activating combat mode.
Ha. How about this? This'll do. Bye now.
Conflict resolved. Activating combat mode.
How about this? Taking you down a peg. Hands up. Taking you down a peg. This'll do. Here we go.
Conflict resolved.
Alright, we've unlocked mission 9-5-6, and inside this mission we can open up a treasure chest to get a very strong piece of equipment. So let's dive right into this one. The mission is called Even Deeper. Let's take a quick look at the map just to get our bearings here. We need to go all the way down to the bottom left corner into this circular area. That's where the treasure chest is waiting for us. So what we want to do is to run forward and then hug the right side wall. As we do that, we're going to see that there's a treasure chest on the far side. So we're just going to run over here, open that up, and that will give us a Zeo nut. Now we're going to continue along the path. We'll go over toward the left-hand side, really hug that left wall, because if you go too far out, you'll get into a fight like this. Luckily for us, we are able to take out these enemies very quickly with just a couple darknesses. So once that fight's over, we're going to continue down toward the left where we were going before, and then get down to this bottom area. We'll continue running straight forward. There's going to be another treasure chest along the way. If we open that one up, we're going to get the Sky Chocobo armlet. Keep running down the path, just hugging the right side wall. If you hug that right wall all the way, you're going to get down there no problem. If you do get into fights, either take them out quickly or just run away. It doesn't really matter. These guys are pretty easy to take down without much of a fight. So we'll keep hugging that right side wall, and we will get down to where we need to go. There's going to be a treasure chest along the way over here, so we'll stop by and grab that one as we go. And then we're going to get down to that bottom section where the actual treasure chest that we really need is waiting for us. So this one contains the good luck charm, and then if we go all the way down to the bottom on the right, we'll open up this treasure chest, and inside of it is the Zedrich. Now this is an incredible piece of equipment. When we put it on, it's going to increase most of our stats by an additional 100 points. So let's go ahead and check that out. And it also halves all the elemental attacks received. So if I do that, my attack stat goes all the way up to 255, which is the max. And we also get more vitality, magic, and spirit. It does not increase luck, however, but that's okay. We don't need luck. So now we just have to finish off the rest of this mission. We're just going to backtrack. If we hug the left side wall all the way, we should be able to get there no problem.
Activating combat mode.
Taking you down a peg. Bye now. Here we go. Bye now. How about this?
Conflict resolved. Activating combat mode.
Taking you down a peg. How about this? Here we go.
Conflict resolved. Activating combat mode.
This'll do. Oh
Conflict
yeah.
resolved.
Some of these higher level missions will reward you with already mastered summon materia, such as this one, the Mega Flare. So if I was struggling on getting some of the summons to pop up, now I already have a mastered materia to assist me with that. Let's go into the next mission. It's mission 9-6-1 called Toughest Monsters. There's not a whole lot of notable stuff in this mission until the very end where we have to fight the final monsters. So for the most part, I'm going to let this one play out and then I'll come back in when we engage the final monster just because I have a tip for you for that one.
Activating combat mode.
Taking you down a peg. This'll do. How about this? This'll do. Take that, beat it. This is gonna sting.
Conflict resolved. Activating combat mode.
How about this? Here we go.
Conflict
Oh, yeah.
resolved.
The final monsters here are going to be some cactars. These guys are actually pretty tough because they will spray you with 10,000 needles and do lots of damage to you. They also have a really powerful final attack when you actually defeat them, so be careful about that. We're just going to hit them with some darknesses to do max damage to all of them, and then we're going to be sure to heal up with some aerial drains. Just make sure that you keep your health topped up as best as possible, and try to do hit and run tactics with them. So I'll lower their health quite a bit, and then I just want to stay away from them for the most part. So if you can lead them around a little bit, that's going to be very handy. You just want to make sure that you're high on health, and then just duck in real quick to get them to activate their skill when they die, and then run away. So you only get hit one time. If you were to stand in there, then you would get obliterated by them. So run in and then immediately run back out when they start to attack, and you should be able to survive that one no problem. Let's go on to the next mission. It is mission 9-6-2 called the Lowest Tier. This is a great place to farm some gil, and we will be using it later on as we get very close to the end of this playthrough. But just know that the Holy Tonberry at the end of this one is pretty strong. However, we are able to take it out with some good costly punches, and especially if we've got some good equipment and especially some high vitality, we should be able to get through this one pretty easily. So just run down the path, really just stick toward the right hand side for the most part, and that will take you basically where you need to go. So as we go through here, we're just going to turn right at the last minute here, and then as we go through and over toward the right hand side, we'll be able to pick up this Ultima and then fight this Holy Tonberry. So what you want to do is just costly punch him as much as possible. Darkness takes a little bit longer, and you definitely don't want him to hit you with his full-powered attack. If he loses stages to that, it'll be a lot more survivable. If he hits you with 100%, it's going to do a lot of damage to you. So just keep using costly punches. He will teleport and then be gone for a moment and then come back in and try to stab you. You should be able to survive his stabs pretty easily by this point. And you just want to keep costly punching him all the way down and then healing up with aerial drain as necessary. So I'm just going to let this one play out, and then we'll move on to the next mission after this.
Here we go. Heads up. Taking you down a peg. How about this? This'll do. Taking you down a peg. How about this? Heads up. Bye now. This'll do.
Conflict resolved.
Later. Oh yeah.
Okay, next up is mission 9-6-3. It's not really notable for anything, so we just have to get through this one. And if we can complete this, we'll get the Rebirth Flame Materia, which is going to be mastered, allowing us to summon Phoenix a little bit more easily. So I'll let this one play out, and then we'll move on to the next mission, which actually is very important for us.
Activating combat mode.
How about this? Here we go. Take that. Bye now.
Conflict
Oh
resolved.
yeah.
Activating combat mode.
Taking you down a peg. This'll do. Take that. The end. Here we go. Hi. How about this?
Conflict resolved.
Got him. Oh yeah.
Activating combat mode.
This'll do. Here we go. Heads up. Take that. How about this? Here we go.
Conflict resolved.
Mission 9-6-4 allows us to get our final piece of Genji equipment, so let's dive into that one. It's called Biomechanical Threats. From the starting point, we're going to orient ourselves toward the left-hand side. We really want to stick toward the left as much as possible. So just keep running around here toward the left. You'll probably get into some fights along the way, and the enemies are pretty strong for us, but we are able to take them out with our high strength stat, and a couple aerial drains will take them down. Keep over toward the left-hand side. You want to go up this ramp over toward the left, and when you get to the top, there's going to be a treasure chest up here. Let's go ahead and open that up. It contains the flare materia, and now keep running all the way to the end of this pathway. If you stick toward the sides, you can avoid some fights, and when you open up this treasure chest at the back, you will get the Genji glove as well as the Genji equipment trophy by collecting all 4 pieces of the Genji set. Well, that's the important thing that we had to do in this mission. Just follow the path around and then fight the boss. I'll just let this mission play out, and then we're going to get really into maxing out all of our stats after this so that we are incredibly powerful. So I'll just let this one play out, and then I'll see you for the next section.
Activating combat mode. Activating combat mode.
Taking you down a peg. How about this? Later. Here we go. This'll do. Taking you down a peg. Take that. Beat it.
Activating combat mode.
Out of the way. Heads up. Taking you down a peg. Bye now. Heads up. Here we go. Bye now. Heads up. This'll do. Hi. How about this? Here we go. This'll do. Taking you down a peg. Bye now. Heads up. This'll do. Taking you down a peg. This'll do. Here we go. Taking you down a peg. Bye now. Heads up. Here we go. This'll do. How about this? Taking you down a peg. Heads up. Here we go. This'll do. Taking you down a peg. This'll do. Bye now. Taking you down a peg. How about this? Heads up. This'll do. Take that. Heads up. How about this? This'll do. How about this? This'll do. Taking you down a peg. Here we go. Heads up. This'll do. Here we go. Taking you down a peg. Bye now.
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah.
Now, before we move on, we're going to work on maxing out all of our important stats. And I'm going to make a quick save here to check the time. We're at 21 hours and 24 minutes. And in order to max out our stats, we need two things. We need SP, which we have a lot of, and we also need dark matters, which we don't have a lot of, but we can farm them very quickly from mission 6-6-3 called Secret in the Caverns. So let's go ahead and load this one up. We've already defeated it in the past, but this is the best place to find the lesser worms who drop those dark matters. I'm going to switch up my equipment a little bit. I don't need that Zedrich on right now. Instead, what I want to do is equip the Jeweled Ring and Mog's Amulet so that I will always get 2 of the rare items that drop from the enemies. So let's just move on now as we go through here, and we're going to get into a fight right at the top of this hill, and I'm going to see 2 of those lesser worms and 1 of those movers. So we're going to take them out with 1 darkness very easily, and then they're going to be dead. I get a lot of SP and 4 dark matters because I got 2 dark matters for each of those lesser worms. And now we just run around here. The bottom section here is probably the best area. You can just run back and forth and get into fights really just back to back, and it really speeds things up. So we'll take out the monsters here, and I'm able to then turn around and go back to where I was, and I'm able to take out some more enemies over here. And what you'll see is that I actually am now full on all of my dark matters, which is great. I also got a lot of SP from fighting the movers. They drop quite a bit too. So once I'm full on dark matters, I'm going to go into my Materia fusion, and I'm going to start maxing out my next stat. So I already have max attack. Let's go ahead and get up to a lot more health as well. So I'm going to use Kiraga, and I just want to mix that with something else like another Kiraga that I have on hand. And then I'm going to go to the fusion materials. Let's go ahead and find all of the dark matters that I have, and I'm going to raise it up so it has a magic plus 99 stat. Remember, don't go all the way to 100. You want to stop right at 99. And then once that's good, it will require 971,000 SP, which is a lot, but don't worry, we have a really good way of gaining SP as well. And now once that's done, we're going to go into the shop, and we're going to scroll down just a little bit. We're going to go into Research Department QMC, and we're going to buy some Libras. They're only 1,000 gil, and I'm going to purchase 5 of them for a total of 5,000 gil. So pretty inexpensive, and we're going to use that to mix with our Materias. So let's go ahead and grab that Kiraga with the magic plus 99, and now I'm going to add the Libra as the secondary Materia, and then I want to go to my items, my fusion items, and I'm going to go down and use the Fat Chocobo Feather. Just 1 of them will be enough to raise our HP to a plus 999%. So let's go ahead and lock that one in. We'll fuse it together for 30,000 more SP, and now I've got Kiraga for HP plus 999%. So what I want to do now is then grab this full cure, and I'm going to take it off, and instead I'm going to put on that Kiraga, and now my health is going to be a lot higher, all the way up to 94,463 for me. Your value might not be the same, but it's going to be really high regardless. We're not quite at max health yet, but we will be maxing that out completely. Now we just have to run around and kill more things and get more of those dark matters. So I'm just skipping ahead a little bit more until we can max out all of the dark matters that we have, and then we're going to be maxing out our next stat. So let's go ahead and go back into our menu, and we're going to choose our next materia inside the Materia Fusion. This time I'm going to find Guild Toss, and I do have a mastered Guild Toss from when we were going through and maxing out all of the DMW images. So we'll take this mastered Guild Toss, mix it with another Guild Toss, and then I'm going to go ahead and use my Dark Matters to get it back up to Magic plus 99. So let's skip over to that real quick, and then we're going to lock that in, and then we're going to then mix that Gil Toss with a Libra, and that will allow me to use another one of my items to switch its stat up to plus 100. So find that Gil Toss that we just got all the way up to magic plus 99, and then I'm going to mix it with a Libra. And then I want to go into my items, and this time I'm going to choose an adamantite. So let's go and look at that, and then we're going to see that that will give me vitality plus 100, which vitality is your physical defense. So we're going to take a lot less damage when we get hit by physical attacks with this. So now we have Gil Toss mastered with vitality plus 100, which is really good. You can see that our vitality stat is now at 159, which is pretty good. So I don't have any more dark matters, so we're just going to run around and get back to that point. Now, we probably will be getting kind of low on SP as well. Luckily, we are getting some SP by defeating those movers, but we're also collecting a lot of darkness materias around here, and those we can actually convert into SP. So starting off, what we want to do is to find another materia that we want to do. In this case, I think I'm going to grab Costly Punch, and then I'm going to mix it with another materia that keeps it as Costly Punch. I can choose really anything that I want to over on the punch side of things. I'm just going to grab that Goblin Punch. And of course, we're going to use the Dark Matters to raise it up to Magic plus 99. So let's go ahead and do that real quick. And we'll lock that in. We barely have enough SP at this point. It costs 968,000. We've only got 997,000. So just enough, but we do get it to work. Unfortunately, I don't have quite enough SP in order to get it to that one final stage, because that takes about 30,000 SP, and I've only got 29,500. So you'll see that when I try to get Costly Punch and Libra mixed together with a Mithril for Spirit plus 100, I don't have enough SP. But like I said earlier, we have a lot of materia that we've been gathering throughout here. So if you go into the materia menu and then hit the triangle button, you can switch to SP Convert. And now we just have to go down and select all of those darknesses that we don't need anymore. So go ahead and grab them all as we go down here. And we're gaining 6,040 SP for every one of them. So go ahead, grab all of those and convert them. That should give you more than enough SP to finish up what we're doing here. And once you've selected them all, then all you have to do is hit triangle once again. It's going to ask you to confirm that you want all of that. And so, of course, we'll say yes, and now we've got a ton more SP to do. We also have things like Stop Blade that we've been collecting along the way. So I'm going to go through and just get rid of a lot of this material that I don't need and get SP back. Okay, so now that we have a good amount of SP, we're going to go ahead and grab that Costly Punch that we had. And now we're going to mix it with a Libra, and follow that up. We're going to go down into the fusion items, and we're going to get to the Mithril to get Spirit plus 100. And Spirit raises your magic defense. So we essentially have attack maxed out, our defense through vitality, as well as our magic defense through Spirit. So let's go ahead and look at all of our stats. Through Costly Punch, we have Spirit plus 100, Gil Toss is our Vitality plus 100, Aerial Drain is Attack plus 100, we have a Kiraga for a plus 999%, and what we need to do is mess with this darkness as well. Well, you probably know what I'm going to say next, and that is run around and get a bunch of your dark matters back. So you want 99 of them once again. We'll just check to make sure, yep, they're all there. And now we're going to go back into Materia Fusion. We have just over 1,000,000 SP, which is perfect for us. I'm going to grab this Master Darkness, and really when you mix a Master Darkness with anything, you'll get Quake or something like that. But you can also get SP Master, and that's going to be very important for us. So I actually am going to sacrifice this Master Darkness for an SP Master by combining it with an SP Barrier Materia. And of course, I'm going to use the dark matters to raise up its abilities. However, this is where you kind of get a choice. I don't use magic, so I don't see much of a point in maxing out the magic stat. If you wanted to, feel free to keep this as magic 100, and then you really will end up with 255 attack, magic, vitality, and spirit. There isn't a way really that we're going to max out the luck stat, and it's not necessary, nor is it necessary to max out your AP or your MP percentage. So if you want to, just bring magic all the way up. Otherwise, you could do what I'm going to do and just give it another one of the fat chocobo feathers so that you can raise it up to get to the HP plus 999%. It's honestly not necessary to do all of that HP, but I'd rather have max HP than be just a little bit short on that. So do whatever you want to with this one. It doesn't really matter because, again, we're not going to be using magic, but if you just like the look of having that maximum stat, feel free to get your magic stat all the way up. It's not going to affect one thing or another later on anyway. So I did go for that HP plus 999%, which is great. And now I don't actually want this thing equipped right now. This is going to be something that we equip later on. So let's go ahead and take that off, and we're just going to put something else on in its place. But you can see that currently my health is at full at 99,999. I just grabbed another level 1 darkness, and that's all that I need to kill the monsters around here. So I did skip ahead, killing all those monsters, and now we're going to do our final fusion, and we're going to grab the darkness materia that we have been using. It's not mastered, which means that I can actually get another darkness and max these stats out here, and I'm going to raise up the stats using dark matter. This is another time where you could switch the stats out for something else that you wanted to, as long as you make sure that you have enough to get to max HP, which typically requires 2 of the HP plus 999%. So let's go ahead and lock in this one, and then I'm going to assign stats to this one again by fusing it with a Libra, and that's going to allow me to do another one of my HPs because I just felt like doing that. It doesn't really matter. Do whatever you want to with this. So we're just going to make sure that all of our stats are good, and then we're going to be done with the stat maxing section. Alright, we're looking real good. Let's have a look at our end game materia here. We've got Costly Punch, Guild Toss, Aerial Drain, Darkness, Kiraga, and then this Drainga we are going to switch out for that SP Master. And then what we can do is take off this Jeweled Ring, and we're going to put on the Zedrich, and that's going to boost all of our stats up really high, and you'll see that now we're rocking 255 attack, vitality, we could have gotten magic all the way if we wanted to, and spirit, and we've got max HP. Luck doesn't really matter for anything that we're doing here, so we can get rid of the Mog's Amulet as well, and we're instead going to put on the Genji Helm. So we stop expending MP and AP, which is great because that means that we don't have to worry about that anymore. We essentially have unlimited AP and MP, and that is why you don't have to try to max out those stats at all. Alright, well that's all done. Let's go ahead and do a quick time check by going into the save menu and making a new save. So what we did is we started off in the stat maxing at 21 hours and 24 minutes, and now we're at 22 hours and 18 minutes, so less than an hour to do all of that. And we started at just over 16 hours of playtime, and now we're at 22, so that tells us that we've been working on all of the stuff in Chapter 10 for 6 hours of playtime. Now what we want to do is to work on getting money because we need to power up our Guild Toss. And to do that, we're going to check out our equipment. I have Aerial Drain, Mug, Costly Punch, Kiraga, Darkness, and Gil Toss, along with Mog's Amulet, Brigand's Gloves, Genji Armor, and Zedrich. Those are all very important for what we're going to do next, and that is to go back into a mission that we have already previously completed against the Holy Tonberry, and we're going to be mugging him to steal those gold rolling pins, which will give us 50,000 gil each. So let's go down to mission 9-6-2 called the lowest tier. We can get to the Holy Tonberry very easily without fighting any of the little monsters along the way. We'll just hug the left side wall going through the first section, then we're going to turn right, hug the left side wall again as we go through here, then go over toward the right, cut across to the left, and then we're just going to follow that around until we can go through the hallway on the right. Just hug the wall all the way around, and we get to the Holy Tonberry in just a few seconds without any problems. We're going to start by mugging him. We stole 4 gold rolling pins. Each of those sell for 50,000 gil, so 4 of them together is 200,000 gil. And this fight only takes a couple minutes to do. You will have to deal with him using his abilities. That probably takes up the longest part of it, but you can just skip through those pretty easily. And then you just go to Costly Punching him. When he disappears, hold off for a minute and then punch him when he reappears. He's not going to be able to do very much damage to you. We're actually hurting ourselves more than he is hurting us. So just keep going, try to break his ability as much as possible so that he can't do too much damage to you. But if you get low on health, just go ahead and use an Aerial Drain, and that will get all of your health back. Just keep punching him into oblivion, and then he's going to be gone. So all in all, you need to have between 5 and 6 million gil in order to make the end of the game super easy, because gil toss is based on how much gil that you have when you throw it. So if you were to farm this Holy Tonberry 25 times, that would definitely get you enough gil to do that. However, you could also sell a lot of your other equipment and things that you don't need, and that will get you a lot of gil as well. So I'm selling off 24 of them. That gets me 1.2 million gil. I can also go through and sell off a lot of other equipment and things that I don't need, and there is a good way to get a lot more equipment. So I fast forwarded a little bit. I'm already at 4.25 million gil, so I've got about 2 million or so more gil before I'm really going to be happy with this. But now I'm going to move on to mission 9-5-3 because we can get some more SP, and we do need to get our SP up around 5 or 6 million as well. So what you want to do is to keep running around and get into fights with this group in particular. It's going to be the Mover and the group of Manhunters. They should all go down with 1 darkness, and you will receive over 101,000 SP. Makes it very easy to gain a lot of SP quickly. You'll also get some mithril armlets, which sell pretty well. Through all that farming, which honestly doesn't take too long, I got up to over 5 million gil and about 4.5 million SP, which is pretty good. Now let's go ahead and finish off this mission, and then we're going to teach our Buster Swords some new tricks. If you'll remember from a long time ago, we learned how to break the damage limit while in Buster Sword stance by hitting max damage with it. And if you do that enough, then you learn the ability. Well, we're going to do that again, but this time we're going to learn how to pierce barriers and actually break and remove enemy barriers. And to do that, we need to attack enemies while they have a barrier activated. Well, this is very easily accomplished if we go to mission 9-6-5. It's called Life Form of Energy. Every single enemy in this area already has a barrier on them from the very beginning of battle. We don't have to wait around at all to do this, so just run around. You're going to get into a fight with a big group of enemies, and then we're just going to hit them with darkness. You should be able to kill them all instantly as long as you're close enough to them, and what you need to do is to hit enemies with barriers enough. I think that it's like hit 100 enemies to learn how to pierce the barrier, and then you have to hit 500 enemies in order to learn how to remove their barriers and to completely break them. So this does take a little while. The actual learning how to pierce the barrier section comes first, and that's actually quite quick because if you can do about 10 barrier pierces per battle, then it actually goes pretty quick. It's only like 10 battles or so to get to that point. But getting up to the breaking the barrier, that one requires hitting 500 enemies or so. So that's going to take quite a while. All in all, this took about 40 minutes for me to do, to go from 0 all the way up to 500 and get to that point. So I'm just going to skip ahead a little bit as we go through this section, and then we're going to get to the point where it explains when we learned how to pierce the barrier. So here's the quick tutorial pop-up. We can basically ignore the enemy barrier effects when dealing damage while we're in the Buster Sword stance. So that's all good. Let's skip ahead a little bit more. And again, this was like 40-ish minutes or so, and you'll see when we can finally break the barrier completely. To be honest, I think that just the quick learning how to pierce the barrier is enough. But if you put enough work, you can actually learn how to break the barriers entirely. I don't know if it's really worth it to go through all that trouble, like that extra 40 minutes just to get to that point. But feel free to if you want to. I also gained a lot of levels doing this just because of all the enemies that we're defeating through here. So it might be worthwhile just to do it if you want to. But with max stats and full health and everything, and the ability to break through the barriers or pierce them, I think we're good to go. So now we're just going to go ahead and leave this area, and then we're going to go basically on a rampage through all of the remaining missions. We're just going to start at the top and work our way right down to the bottom, and we're just going to complete them all until we get to the very last one. So let's go ahead and get through all of the missions after we complete this one, and we will be all set to then challenge the super boss. As a reminder, check the video description for the full list of the missions as we complete them in order. They're going to be found in the chapter section with all of their corresponding timestamps. So I'll see you when we're all done with that and we're ready to take on Minerva, the super boss, and get the trophy for that.
Heads up! Here we go. How about this? Here we go.
Conflict resolved. Activating combat mode.
Bye now. Oh,
Conflict
yeah.
resolved. Activating combat mode.
This'll do. Here we go. This'll do. Taking you down a peg. How about this? Hands up. Taking you down a peg. This'll do. Taking you down a peg. Hands up. Take that. Bye now.
Conflict resolved. Activating combat mode. Activating combat mode.
Taking you down a peg. Oh
Conflict
yeah.
resolved. Activating combat mode. Activating combat mode.
Out of the way. Here we go. Oh
Conflict
yeah.
resolved. Activating combat mode.
Bye now. Oh
Conflict
yeah.
resolved. Activating combat mode.
This'll do. Oh
Conflict
yeah.
resolved. Activating combat mode.
Bring it on. Heads up. Oh
Conflict
yeah.
resolved. Activating combat mode.
How about this? Hi. This'll do.
Conflict resolved. Activating combat mode.
How about this?
Conflict resolved. Activating combat mode.
Heads up. Oh
Conflict
yeah.
resolved. combat mode. Activating combat mode.
How about this? Taking you down a peg. Oh
Conflict
yeah!
resolved. Activating combat mode. Activating combat mode.
Here we go. Taking you down a peg. Heads up! Oh
Conflict
yeah!
resolved. Activating combat mode. 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 Activating combat mode.
Out of the way!
Activating combat mode. Activating combat mode. Activating combat mode.
Bring it on! Bye now! Ha! Taking you down a peg! Heads up! This'll do! Bye now! How about this? Here we go! Ha! How about this? Heads up! Bye now! Heads up! Here we go! Bye now! Taking you down a peg! Ha! How about this? Here we go!
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah!
Activating combat mode.
Heads up!
Conflict resolved. Activating combat mode.
Out of the way! Taking you down a peg! Oh
Conflict
yeah!
resolved. Activating combat mode.
Ha! This'll do! Oh
Conflict
yeah!
resolved. Activating combat mode.
Here we go! Oh
Conflict
yeah!
resolved. Activating combat mode.
Bring it on! How about this? Bye now!
Conflict resolved. Activating combat mode.
This'll do! Taking you down a peg! Oh
Conflict
yeah!
resolved. Activating combat mode.
How about this? Bye now! Taking you down a peg! Ha! Bye now! Oh
Conflict
yeah!
resolved. Activating combat mode.
Taking you down a peg. How about this? Here we go. Got him.
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah.
Activating combat mode.
This'll do. Heads up. Bye now. Heads up.
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah.
Activating combat mode.
How about this? Here we go. Hi.
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah.
Activating combat mode.
This'll do. Oh
Conflict
yeah.
resolved. Activating combat mode.
Out of the way. Taking you down a peg. This'll do. Here we go. Take that.
Conflict
Oh
resolved.
yeah.
Activating combat mode.
This'll do. Here we go. Taking you down a peg. This'll do. How about this? Heads up. This'll do. Heads up. Taking you down a peg. This'll do. How about this? Here we go. Bye now. This'll do. Here we go. Heads up. How about this? Heads up.
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah!
Activating combat mode.
Heads up! Oh
Conflict
yeah!
resolved. Activating combat mode.
Taking you down a peg! How about this? Heads up! Here we go! Bye now! Taking you down a peg! Bye now!
Conflict resolved.
The end! Oh yeah!
Activating combat mode.
This'll do!
Conflict resolved. Activating combat mode.
Bring it on!
Activating combat mode. Activating combat mode. Activating combat mode.
Taking you down a peg. How about this? Hands up! Here we go.
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah!
Activating combat mode.
Out of the way! How about this? Ha! Heads up! Here we go! Bye now!
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah!
Activating combat mode.
How about this? Heads up! This'll do! Oh
Conflict
yeah!
resolved. Activating combat mode.
How about this? Hi! Here we go! Later!
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah!
Activating combat mode.
Bye now! Heads up! Take that!
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah!
Activating combat mode.
Taking you down a peg! Heads up! Hi! Taking you down a peg! Take that! Got him!
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah!
Activating combat mode.
Heads up! Hi! This'll do! The end! Take that!
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah!
Activating combat mode.
How about this? Heads up! This'll do! Ha! Here we go! How about this? Taking you down a peg! Ha! This'll do! Take that! How about this? Here we go! Taking you down a peg! Heads up! Ha!
Good work, both of you.
How about this? This'll do. Take that. Warm-up's over.
You can do it.
Later. How about this? Bye now. Take that. Take that. Take that. Oh no, you don't. Taking you down a Heads up. That's enough. Better run for it. This hot. How about this? Gonna love this. Taking you down a peg.
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah.
Activating combat mode.
Heads up. Taking you down a peg. Take that. Bye now. Hey, how about this?
All right. This is a
Bye now. Take that. Here we go. Hey, bye now. Take that. How about this? Hey, bye now. The end.
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah.
Activating combat mode.
Bring it on! Heads up! Taking you down a peg. This'll do. Bye now.
The road to becoming first is
Heads up! How about this? Ha! Bye now. How about this? Ha! Heads up! Bye now. How about this? Here we go. Heads up! Ha! Bye now. Taking you down a peg. This'll do. How about this? Bringing out the big guns.
Good luck.
Conflict resolved.
Well, the time has come to complete the final mission and the super boss associated with it. Let's have a quick look at our materia and accessories. I've got Aerial Drain with attack plus 100, SP Master with HP plus 999%. That does not have to be mastered, only 1 star will do there. We've got Costly Punch with Spirit plus 100, Kiraga with HP plus 999%, Darkness with HP plus 999%. You could also have one of those, either Kiraga or Darkness, be Magic plus 100 if you wanted to, and Gil Toss with Vitality plus 100. We've also got the Genji Glove, Genji Shield, Genji Armor, and the Zdrich all together. That will give us the max stats that we need and make this very easy. I also have over 6 million Gil and 8 million SP. And once you have all of that, let's dive into mission 9-6-6, the Reigning Deity.
Activating combat mode.
So for this fight, there's really only one thing that you need to do, and that is to go into your Buster Sword stance and then hit her with Gil Toss. Thanks to our Genji Glove, we're always going to do critical hits with that, and we're going to do lots of damage with multiple max damages every single time. We just have to keep spamming that Gil Toss over and over, and you'll see that her health is going to be depleted very quickly as we go through this. We had to get our Gil up that high so that we could always ensure that we're going to do max damage with every hit. And when she uses her ability, we can cripple it very quickly through using Gil Toss, so you really don't have to worry about that. If you do get hit with it, however, it's going to really hurt your HP as well as your MP and AP. It'll just completely drain those things, which is kind of a problem for us. Even something like Ultima isn't much of a threat because SP Master will soak up a lot of that damage, and if she puts up a barrier, we can take it right away because we trained our Buster Sword to remove barriers. Now, I will show you what her ultimate attack is here, just so you have an idea of what happens when it hits you and how to recover from it. So this is Judgment Arrow. It didn't do that much HP damage to us, but we have no more MP or AP, so all we'd really have to do here is use a Soma and then an Aerial Drain to heal up, or just use one Elixir, we have many of them, and we're right back to full health, MP, and AP. We're just going to now keep using our Gil Toss, doing max damage every single time, and she's going to be gone, and we'll get our new trophy.
Resolved.
So now we get the Divine Rule Broken trophy by defeating Minerva. We get the Divine Slayer as a reward, which honestly isn't very good compared to the Genji equipment that we already have, but it's better than getting nothing. We'll go back into the mission menu and we'll get the Mission Completionist trophy because we completed all 100% of the missions. And we also get the Haika Soul. It's going to be a really good piece of equipment that basically takes the place of like 12 other pieces of equipment. It does all the good stuff that you could want it to. Unfortunately, it gives you permanent curse, which means that you'll never be able to use the DMW. So that's kind of interesting. If you want to use that, you can, but it's not really necessary because we are more than strong enough to beat the game just like this. So I'm going to go into the gameplay settings at this point, and we're going to switch our difficulty from normal to hard. This is important because we have to beat the game on hard difficulty, but don't worry, it's really not that hard. Now, there's no reason to fight the behemoth through the maze if you go up that pathway of light, so instead we're going to turn around and just run the opposite way, and we're going to go back the way we came through the other exit. Now that we're back in the depths of judgment, we're just going to run straight ahead and then go over toward the left side. We're just going to follow the path around toward the left, and then that will take us into the next area. So now we go into the Portal of Severance. We're just going to go down the path. If you hug the left wall, you should be able to avoid a fight. And then what you want to do is to go over toward the podium over here and interact with it.
Some kind of console? The pedestal has 7 indentations. If I set Goddess Materia in these indentations, that door will open. Is that it?
In order to open up the pathway to the final boss, we have to collect all 7 of the Goddess Materia, which, lucky for us, we already did that. So let's choose to set the Goddess Materia, and all 7 go into place, triggering a cutscene.
Activating combat mode.
Well, like Mama always said, it's good to be generous, so let's throw some gil at him and then make his
Conflict
day.
resolved.
The final boss is waiting for us just ahead inside the Tunnel of Light. You can use the save point nearby if you want to, otherwise just run forward.
Genesis is up ahead. I'm sure of it.
Time for a showdown.
My soul, corrupted by vengeance, hath endured torment to find the end of the journey. In my own salvation, you're late.
Loveless again.
You have succeeded, Angeal's spirit, and carry a part of Sephiroth within you. Thus, the 3 friends are reunited once again. And Loveless is reenacted.
No! Open your eyes, Genesis!
When the war of the beasts brings about the world's end,
I've come here to help you.
the goddess descends from the sky. Wings of light and dark spread afar. She guides us to bliss, her gift everlasting.
What is that?
The gift of the goddess. A heavenly boon found only in Banora.
I thought the cells were the gift.
There are various interpretations.
I don't understand.
To ponder the mystery is in itself a gift. We will all join the life stream. You are no exception. The planet has become my guardian.
Keep talking to me. Don't let it take over. You're not a monster. You're one of us. Damn you!
Activating combat mode.
On normal mode, it only takes about 1 guild toss to beat this boss. However, on hard mode, it takes slightly longer. Just run over toward the materia in his sword after he sticks it in the ground, and then just start throwing gil at it. We'll also want to take out these little shadow sides when they show up. We can just use the darkness to take care of that, and then just keep throwing some more gil at that materia, and this boss will be down before you know it.
My soul, corrupted by vengeance, hath endured torment to find the end of the journey in my own salvation. And your eternal slumber.
Does this mean you knew from the beginning?
Stand and fight, soldier first class. Zack?
Why is everyone always pushing things on me?
Activating combat mode.
This fight's even easier than the last one. Just 2 gil tosses should be enough to take down Genesis once and for all.
Conflict resolved.
Shinra attacked us.
Save your strength.
I got some help. From him. Over there.
It's you.
Director!
Thank you.
Okay, let's eat.
Sorry I'm not the real thing, but
Is it good?
yeah.
The gift of the goddess.
This apple? Huh?
Angel. The dream came true.
How are you? I wish I knew where you were. It's already been 4 years now. This is the 89th letter that I've sent to you. But I don't even know where to send them anymore. I really hope that this final letter that I'm writing gets to you. By the way, the flowers are selling very well. They make everyone so happy. Thanks to you, Zach. Aerith.
4 years?
What do you mean, final?
Aerith. Wait for me. You're gonna make it too. You got that?
This must be an important matter if they are sending the two of us.
Apparently the subject will become our brother.
Is that so? But will he
Accept his fate willingly?
Even if the morrow is barren of promises, nothing shall forestall my return. To become the dew that quenches the land, to spare the sands, the seas, the skies, I offer thee this silent sacrifice.
Cisne! The army's mobilizing. Find the targets before they do.
Understood. The army won't be as subtle.
I want them alive. You hear me? You're going to save Zack's life.
Of course. I haven't even told him my real name.
Help them. Cisne, I have letters for Zack. 88 of them.
I'm just kidding. You know I wouldn't do that to you. We're friends, right?
They can't be serious. There's no way we're gonna find 2 needles in a haystack this size.
There's no mission that's impossible for the
Turks, yeah.
Also, Sung apparently has something to give him.
Who? The target? So we're couriers now. Delivering packages to fugitives, huh?
We got nothing.
You?
Likewise. I'm heading to point 235. You two take point 120.
Roger.
All right, let's get going.
Boy, oh boy. The price of freedom is steep. Embrace your dreams. And, whatever happens, protect your honor.
As soldier! Come and get it!
Activating combat mode.
Here we square off against the entire Shinra army. The little soldiers can't really do anything to us. They'll do barely any damage at all. However, the helicopters, they shoot missiles at us and they can damage us a little bit. Now, we cannot win this battle because they will just continuously spawn forever. But for the first 30 seconds of this fight, just go crazy killing everything. And if you're fairly proficient with murder, then at about the 30-second mark, you'll get this cutscene.
I'm Sis. Here's a present.
So, the journalist, where's Genji? Ready to go. Understand now why Sephiroth chose you. Yes, for
So
real.
get away safely. Zach, I gotta go.
So for the next phase of the battle, you just have to stand there. The little guys aren't going to do anything to you, but you just need to get hit by enough missiles. They're going to reduce your health all the way down to 1. Now we do constantly regenerate health thanks to our Genji equipment, but we'll never drop below 1 HP, and eventually another cutscene is going to pop up when you're critically low on health.
News brings about where
I'm a country boy too.
pretty
Like
cheap.
you've been
If
there.
only I was so honor can be
I really
quite
like that
important.
sword. Thanks.
A monster's
I
objective
really
to
like
join
that
my
sword.
battle.
Nothing else out
Zack,
there. Hold on.
you have my thanks.
Hello?
Again, just stand here and let the army beat on you for a while. You can't die, you just have to wait until the screen turns black and another cutscene begins.
Activating combat mode.
This is our last opportunity to control Zack, and I think it's an absolutely genius and heartbreaking way to portray what's going on here. After fighting off seemingly thousands of soldiers at the end of this battle, we have no more energy left. We can only very slowly hobble around toward the enemy while they still shoot at us. We can very feebly swing our sword, and no matter what, we cannot kill them. Also, the DMW, the digital mind wave, seems to be completely broken. We're forgetting all of the characters except for one, and that's Aerith. Our only thoughts remain on Aerith, but we can't seem to connect them. As we slowly lose consciousness, we see what happens at the end of the battle and how this is affecting the rest of Zack's story. This whole section takes 1 minute to complete. There's nothing that you need to do, so you can just stand here and wait for the end to come, where the cutscene will automatically begin playing and you'll have beaten the game.
Hello? Don't worry. That's right. But
Wanna hear?
Not scary
Work
at all.
stuff?
Will I see you again? I'll be here.
Man, we could have really used that healing wave right about now.
for the both of us.
Both of us?
That's right. You're gonna
live.
You'll be my living legacy. My honor, my dreams. They're yours now.
I'm your living legacy.
瞳の奥がぼやけて見えない心の底の気持ちはあるの世界の全てを手にしたとしてもそれがあなたの幸せなの
Embrace your dreams. If you want to be a hero, you need to have dreams.
Thank you. I won't forget. Good night. Zack.
That girl. She said that this guy frightened her. But it must feel so good up there. Those wings. I want them too. It does feel good. If you see Aerith, say hi for me. Hey, would you say I became a hero?
My name is Cloud. Soldier. First class.
To be continued in Final Fantasy VII. At the conclusion of the game, we'll get a few more trophies just for wrapping everything up. We get the trophy called Thanks to You, Zach, for completing Chapter 10. That's our story-based trophy, as well as the Soldier of Legend trophy by beating it on hard mode. And finally, we get the My Living Legacy Platinum trophy for getting all other trophies in Crisis Core Final Fantasy VII Reunion. I really hope that you enjoyed this game as much as I do. Let's go ahead and save the game one last time. You do get to notice that after you clear the game, you can create a save file and do a new game plus with a lot of benefits. Now let's see exactly how long it took us in order to get this platinum trophy. Our final time when we save the game is going to be 24 hours, 59 minutes, and 56 seconds. So just a few seconds under that 25-hour mark. I think that's pretty good, especially considering the randomness of some of this and trying to get all of those 100% DMW images. But it was a very good journey, and I'm very glad to have done it along with you. I hope that you enjoyed it. If you did, be sure to give me a like and also subscribe for more in the future. As it said just a moment ago, this is to be continued in Final Fantasy VII, and that's exactly what I'm going to do next. A trophy guide for the original Final Fantasy VII. You're not going to want to miss it. So I'll see you soon for that. Until then, thanks for watching and have a good day.